We're going to Alaska! But first, we're still in Miami, so let me turn on the AC, make some coffee, and then I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. This is the first of several features about our 2023 Alaska adventure. In this one, we chronicle the portion of the route along the contiguous states, from Florida to Montana. As you can probably tell, we're taking the scenic route along the Rocky Mountains, all the way to the Canadian border. Enjoy the ride! I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV, yeah. Well, anchors away. Many times, the most exciting, and not in a good way, and most perilous part of the trip is actually getting out of the South Florida metropolitan area, and Dolphin Expressway here is no joke. They've been building this double-decker over the Miami River since nobody seems to remember. At this pace, I don't think the Alaska Highway could have been built in this day and age. There's Lone Depot Park, where the Miami Marlins play. Can we go back to the days when stadiums were named after the team that played there? Lone Depot doesn't really roll off the tongue, but then again we also had FTX Arena, ever so briefly. Anyway, I digress. I-95 North pretty clear on this Tuesday morning. 95 South, on the other hand, is a parking lot. Everybody coming into Miami at this time of the day. It wouldn't be South Florida if we didn't get a rain shower here and there. Approaching the Fort Lauderdale Airport, here's one of those things you can't really plan for, nearly impossible to time. But when it happens, it's really cool, like a Southwest Airlines airplane landing right in front of you. We get into a little more traffic as we approach downtown Fort Lauderdale. Eventually, we make it to Lake Worth and West Palm Beach. And when the trip odometer passes 90 miles, we're finally out of the South Florida metropolitan area. Let's take a break. Well, we've made it to the Martin County rest area. Let's see how everything fared inside Minitini 4. After our first segment of the road. This is, by the way, the closest rest area, the first rest area as you get out of the South Florida metropolitan area. Let's take a peek inside. It looks good. I mean, the only thing, the weight of the monitors, they came all the way down to touch the table. I mean, they have nowhere to go but down there, and the good thing is that they stayed in place, the bungees held in place, so we'll take it one bumpy road at a time, but I think this is gonna work. There's no other way to put it. No matter which way you go, it is a tedious drive escaping the southern tip of the Florida Peninsula. We do have our occasional downpour, which provides some unwelcome excitement, or a wreck, which is bad for everybody. it seems like there were multiple accidents, but eventually we're on our way again. Jacksonville, Florida's most populous city, is a welcome sign that today's journey is nearly over. I've always liked this view of Jacksonville as we cross the St. Johns River. But right now, it is much docking time. Well, I've lost my faith in these little things called command strips. This one failed, and we don't have a bungee cord anymore. Luckily, everything stayed in place, so we may have to eventually open a hole here and put like an eye hook, but that's a task for another day. For now, I'm just gonna remove the monitors, put it on top of the bed, and it was a good idea. It didn't work. Well, since Mini Teeny 4 came with a sticker here, I cannot put my free My RV sticker there, but look what we've got. We got a spare tire cover, which these RVs, they don't come with them anymore. So this is courtesy of Greg and Angela, Casita RV Life, and man, this is great. So now if you see me on the road, you can recognize me, just honk and say hello. Gotta make sure I put it straight. Hold on. Is it reasonably straight, you think?
You're close. Maybe turn it just a hair.
To the left.
There you go.
Yeah. Hopefully I won't have to take it off.
Well, let's hope you don't. You've got a good trip coming, so.
You know, Greg, everybody has been telling me, you have to get 2 spare tires mounted just in case Alaska. I'm gonna take my chances. We'll see. I got one of those tire plug kits.
That's your best bet. I always carry one of those.
And an air compressor. And hopefully we won't need to call any roadside assistance, because I've heard in Alaska it's a lot more than here.
It's a lot harder, and especially in Canada, it's not going to be easy either. So.
Well, we'll make it better later. The camera is making me nervous.
Well, looks good.
All right. Well, thank you, Greg and Angela. I appreciate it. Well, on the road again. Last night was
We found a faster route via US 1 North, US 23 North, and US 82 West, which saves 13 minutes.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. As I was saying, last night was a lot of fun. We played this game called Play 9. It was a lot of fun, just hanging out with Greg and Angela. We got our spare tire cover, and now, I mean, we have crummy weather, so I'm not gonna put set the GoPro on the roof, but we're going west, hopefully as far as Montgomery or Birmingham, or as far west as possible. Crossing the St. Mary's River, Georgia.
Welcome to Georgia.
Oh, thank you. The plan is to drive west all the way to the Rocky Mountains and then start heading north. All this taking some of the less trafficked roads.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west.
Very pleasant drive along the back roads of the Deep South. We're not gonna stop anywhere. We're on a mission, and that is driving to the west. And if the sun ever comes out, into the sunset.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west,
Welcome to Alabama.
Oh, thank you. Even though today is going to be mostly a travel day, we are going to drive by Montgomery, Alabama's capital and a very historic city. And here we are, Montgomery, Alabama, cradle of the civil rights movement, particularly the Montgomery bus boycott. I was here back in late 2018 and walked around downtown quite a bit. But today we're just going to drive around a little bit, get the lay of the land, and we'll come back some other time, because back in 2018 I barely scratched the surface. To be honest, today I just wanted to take a break from the highway and feel like today I had done something besides driving. Which, come to think of it, I'm still driving, so never mind. Here on the right, that's Rosa Parks bus stop, here on Court Square. Here on the right, the Dexter Avenue King Memorial Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. preached from 1954 to 1960. Eventually, we drive across Birmingham, getting closer to our destination for today, which we found the last minute. We were thinking of staying at Walmart or Cracker Barrel, but it is too hot for that in the south in late May here, so we found this RV park right off the interstate. It has good reviews. It is called Appalachian Foothills RV Service and RV Park. All we really need is a quick overnight. They assigned us one of the backing sites in the back, but told us to pull into any of them, and I can see why. The one they assigned us is really off level. This will be fine. As I said, it is just going to be a quick overnight. I'm tired, it's been a long day. Well, this place has got a lot of potential. It is just 1 mile from the interstate, and it's part of like an RV repair center, like a service center. But this area here, it doesn't really look like it is finished. And for $50 a night, seems a little steep. But hey, it is convenience. We're 1 mile from the interstate, and we need full hookups because it's still a little warm. I mean, it's already a little warm for boondocking. All right, let's get some work done, and I'll see you tomorrow. Actually, let's get something to eat first. I've got some beef kielbasa, so we're going to saute those. I'm gonna chop an onion. Let's do a green pepper as well. Actually, let me flip them over so they get browned on both sides. A little bit of salt on the onions and black pepper. Garlic! Everything is good with garlic. I'm going to mix a little bit of marinara sauce I have left over with some dry cooking wine. And this is going to caramelize so beautifully. Cayenne pepper, of course, to give it a little kick. Oregano, cumin, and today I'm feeling adventurous, so I'm going to add a little bit of turmeric and move it around. some black olives, because why not? And this would pair beautifully with some red wine. Yeah, we got these unbreakable wine glasses. Let's see how long they last. Well, first, RV cooked meal of the trip. Cheers. Well, sunset is upon us. They have this other section that is much nicer, but ours seems like a work in progress. Well, good morning today. Destination Hot Springs. And as I mentioned last night, or yesterday when we arrived, this place has potential. But, the infrastructure is sound, everything is, good. But I don't think they should charge $50 for a back-in site in an area that, to put it mildly, it looks unfinished. And there are no other amenities. There's Wi-Fi. We didn't try it. We never try the Wi-Fi unless it is like the last resort. Well, we got a 5.5 hour drive by the GPS. It's gonna be 7, let's face it. So enjoy the ride. If I had a Class A and I got one of the Class A sites, I probably wouldn't be complaining. So all we needed was one night with 4 hookups.
Riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, because I'm free in my RV. Yeah, I'm riding.
Welcome to Mississippi.
Oh, thank you. The birthplace of America's music. It looks just like Alabama. Actually, we just got into Mississippi and the road is noticeably bumpier. And it's got that brownish color, like I think they use like the water from the Mississippi, to pave these roads or something. Very interesting. Should we stop at the Welcome Center?
Riding, have no idea where we'll end up tonight. It doesn't matter, 'cause it's gonna feel right, because we're riding. Yeah, riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, because I'm free in my RV. Yeah, I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, because I'm free in my RV, yeah, tonight.
We are now crossing the Mississippi River into Arkansas, the natural state. Let's stop by the Welcome Center and see if everything survived our first bumpy road of the trip.
Yes, I am riding.
Here goes nothing. I guess we did a better job securing this stuff than I thought. Kudos to us. Yep, everything looks good. It is going to be breakfast at the rest area and some coffee. Now, how beautiful is that? Cheers! The drive through Arkansas on I-40 is mostly uneventful, except for some very large oversized loads. Also, the inevitable traffic jam caused by road construction. Eventually, we are greeted by the Little Rock skyline. Here we are, Hot Springs, Arkansas. Alright, well, our time here is kind of limited, so let's get into town. I think Google Maps is taking us through one of those shortcuts that only saves you like 30 seconds, but it is cool to see what the town looks like beyond the touristy area. I think we're approaching the main touristy area, which happens to be a national park. Here on the right, they have some fountains where you can taste the water. It seems several people are taking advantage of that. We're going to park at the free parking garage on Exchange Street. Well, here we are, Hot Springs. This is what is known as Bathhouse Row. 8 remaining bathhouses built between 1892 and 1923, and basically the main area to visit in Hot Springs. These are the National Park headquarters, and this is an unusual national park. It's all about the architecture and the history and the natural curiosities of this area. Here we have the fountains I mentioned, where you can taste or at least feel the heat and smell of the water. Yeah, it is pretty hot. Here we've got some magnolias, the staple of the South. Okay, we have the map. We are here. What we're gonna do, we're gonna go down the street in front of all the bathhouses, and then we'll return on the promenade. Or maybe we should do the promenade first. Alright, we can't make up our minds. We're gonna do the street first and then the promenade. Lamar seems to be a gift shop nowadays. And Ozark is an art gallery. Quapaw is one of 2 that still works as a spa. The other one is Buckstaff, which is undergoing renovations. Next is Fordyce Bathhouse, which is the National Park Visitor Center and the museum. Such a lavishly decorated building. This is the Fordyce. Let's check out the museum. Of course, there would have to be a raised relief map about the geology of the area. And here we have some history. Here we have some artifacts, relics from each of the different bathhouses. This is the men's bath hall, with its ceramic fountain and stained glass ceiling. In its heyday, Fordyce bathhouse was considered to be the best. They had something called electrohydric bath. I don't know about that. I don't think electricity and water should necessarily mix, but hey. Nice stained glass window in the steam room.
It's like a torture machine, if you ask me. More steam rooms. Look at that. It's a cool shower.
Now for the ladies' area. This would be the cooling room, where the ladies would relax as their bodies returned to normal temperature. Let's check out the second floor.
Hello, sir. Do you mind if I sit with you?
Now we are in the men's dressing room. Outside, that would be the men's court. Let's step into the men's massage rooms. This would be massage equipment, right? Very interesting looking devices.
Now for the third floor. They're about to kick us out of here, by the way. They're closing in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, we arrived a little too late, but I'm glad we still get to see the museum.
Look at this.
This would have been the third floor party room. Very nice. Very luxurious. I can only imagine what it would have been like at the time. This would have been the ladies' parlor. Electromassage. Interesting. I would be afraid to get electrocuted. They had private rooms, of course, and this would have been the gymnasium. This was very, very interesting, if unfortunately a little rushed. And now for the basement. That's the actual hot spring down there. This would have been the original mechanism for the elevator.
Going up.
I remember these things.
Well, that was a very cool museum. Now let's continue, roaming the streets of Hot Springs, Arkansas. One final look from the outside at this magnificent building we just toured. And as we zoom in through the window, we can see the stained glass ceiling, probably the party room. Well, let's continue. Is this a spring? Nope. There's a place back here where you can see one of the natural hot springs. That up there, that must be the Grand Promenade. I think we have a water leak. What is it? You can feel the heat. Let's check it out. That's it. Let's get back to the main drag. Maurice Bathhouse. Don't know what that is nowadays. And the Hale seems to be a hotel. And the Superior is a brewery. I'll let you guess where we're going next. According to what I heard, they brew their beers using water from the springs. We're having a pretzel, fried sweet plantains, the cheesesteak sandwich, and cauliflower. Let's check out the beer park, their outdoor seating area. Actually, this outside area, if it wasn't so hot, it's very nice. This was once the site of the state capital of Arkansas, and that would be the famous Arlington Hotel, which is said to be haunted. And here we have another spring. And now we're gonna take this promenade all the way back. Check that out. Rooftop bar. We're back by the rear of Fordyce Bathhouse. The tall building used to be the Army and Navy General Hospital. And we are back where we started. Since this is a national park and I'm not allowed to fly the drone, let's see all this from a higher perspective. This is called Mountain Tower, and it is supposed to offer commanding views of the area.
Hot Springs National Park. Sometimes it's hard to tell. The park includes large areas to the northeast and to the west.
Oh yeah. Commanding views. That was a fun afternoon in Hot Springs. Tomorrow we continue driving to the west. Well, this place claims to have the best breakfast in all of Hot Springs, so let's check it out. It's always nice to have a campground with a restaurant and art. Just in case you get lost. I can already smell it. We decided to go for the 3-meat breakfast burrito. Yum. Well, that was really good. Very filling. Now, the road beckons once again. Driving straight west. Well, this was a nice stop, a nice KOA. Now, Oklahoma City.
Sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west. Into the sunset, driving to the west.
Western Arkansas, more mountainous than you would think, right? I believe these are called the Ouachita Mountains.
Driving to the west. Into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west.
Are those chickens I see in front of us? They certainly are.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west.
The small sign on the right and the crease on the pavement signal we are now in Oklahoma. Oh yeah, we stopped at this abandoned shopping mall just to take a break, go to the bathroom, and I had forgotten to schedule my live stream, so I did that too. Must apologize for the dirty lens. I think we killed more than a few bugs today. Let's take a break at this abandoned car dealership. Whew. A little over an hour to go, but coffee at an abandoned dealership on the road. I just love RV life. Cheers. Well, we managed to stay most of the day off the interstate, but now for the final stretch, we're getting into I-40 west to Oklahoma City. Does that dead bug in the middle of the screen bother you too? And we are arriving at our overnight spot for the night. I was gonna stay at the KOA, but I've always wanted to stay at one of these Love's RV stops. After making a quick reservation using the app, they send you a text with the gate code. And that's all there is to it. Well, almost. I've been meaning to stay at one of these Love's truck stops for a while now, and this one is actually quite nice. It feels more like an RV park. The ones that we've seen in the past are kind of just glorified parking lots with hookups, but this one looks brand new. I mean, I haven't hooked up the water or the sewer yet. All we really need right now is electric, but and for the price, it's Friday. Memorial Day weekend, so everything is going to be full, and for the price, 37 and change, I don't think it's bad. And we are like, what, 10 minutes, 20 minutes away from Oklahoma City, which, city RV parks are usually more expensive, so. Yeah, and I thought there was going to be like a kiosk where you, check in or reserve, but they just, you reserve it on the app, and then they send you the code for the gate, and that's it. It's automated. All right, let's get something to eat, and then we have a live stream. Well, I always went in and complained because we didn't have power, and it turns out that once you get that confirmation email, you have to physically, check in on the app, and then automatically, it's all computerized. Automatically, they turn on your pedestal. So, hey, the more you know. Well, this was way too convenient. Even though I'm more of a Whopper kind of guy, we had to do it. I'm tired. I don't feel like cooking tonight. Now, wouldn't it be more appropriate to call this a half pounder instead of a double quarter pounder? I'm just saying. Anyway, bon appetit. We're hungry, we're tired. Good morning. Some call it the most important meal of the day. Did I mention with the Love's app we also get 10 cents per gallon off? I've been a Pilot Flying J guy for a while, but I think Love's is winning me over. I-40 to Amarillo may be the most efficient route, but in this case we want to see the Oklahoma Panhandle, so we're going to get off the interstate and take US 281 west to US 270, which also happens to be historic Route 66 in these parts. That's pretty cool. Here in Geary, we join US 270 west. Some of it is as flat as a pancake. Sometimes we encounter the occasional rolling hills with windmills, middle-of-nowhere mansions, and ever so subtly it's starting to look a little more arid. We're approaching an area known as the underpopulated belt. Oh, now you know why I love having a small trailer. Here we're going to take US 412 west, which goes along the narrow Oklahoma Panhandle. The Panhandle is entirely in this area this stripe of land which goes from the Canadian border down to the Rio Grande, roughly 12% of the United States, where only 1% of the population lives. It is called, as I mentioned, the uninhabited belt, and it certainly feels that way. There are certainly more cows than people. And we went from lots of wind generators to lots of oil and natural gas derricks. The area is certainly rich in renewable and non-renewable natural resources, and grass-fed beef. And we are in Guymon. Here they have an RV park located in an old drive-in theater, and I believe they still play movies every night. I think that's it. That's pretty cool, although not everybody can see the screen. Maybe we'll stay there next time, but as you probably know, the purpose of this trip is Alaska, so we won't linger for too long anywhere in particular. It is certainly looking more and more remote and uninhabited. The few dwellings we see on the side of the road seem to be abandoned. It is that dry steppe in the rain shadow of the Rocky Mountains, which we will approach soon. Very excited about that, actually. Boise City is probably the last town of any size we'll encounter before we get to our destination for today. I think I see a mountain in the distance. Or is it a mirage? Nope, that's no mirage. I doubt it is part of the Rockies, but with every mile we are getting closer. For example, we are now in New Mexico, the land of enchantment. Here we are about to encounter a geographical curiosity, and I was hoping there would be like a place to stop, but I'll be brief. This road is deserted anyway. We pulled off here on the side of the road because this is supposed to be somewhere here, the northwest corner of Texas. Let's see if we can find a marker. Otherwise, we'll continue. Here it is. So we are technically in Texas right now. Should I add it to my map? Maybe not. What's going on here? Are they giving away gas? Tell you what, I still have over a quarter tank and 10 gallons in the trunk, so I guess we're gonna go somewhere else. We're getting close to our destination, and that would be the Sierra Grande volcano as we arrive at the village of Des Moines, New Mexico. It seems like the town has seen better days, and even with our smaller trailer, I don't think this gas station is gonna work for us. I remember the first car I ever drove, in 1974 Impala. The gas cap was in the middle, behind the license plate, which meant you could fill up from either side. I think it is a feature we should bring back. Luckily, we passed another gas station about a mile back, so let's go to that one. Yep. This is gonna work. I am loving the changing scenery. Just over an hour ago, we were driving on a nearly featureless prairie. And here we are now, approaching the foothills of the Rockies. The weather is also taking a turn for the worse. We're going to spend the night in Raton, New Mexico. And tomorrow, it should be a relatively short drive to Great Sand Dunes and eventually Colorado Springs. It's picadillo time. We're starving. So we've got some ground beef we brought all the way from Florida. I'm going to add some salt and pepper and let it brown for a little bit while I slice a green pepper. More salt, and I'm going back and forth between the meat and the pepper. Yeah, that's very satisfying. I'm going to start cooking the onions and green pepper. I'm also going to add some olives and garlic. Vino seco cooking wine, marinara sauce, oregano, cumin, smoked paprika, you may take a drink now, and some saffron Mom brought me from Turkey several years ago. I hope it's still good. Let's mix it all up. Some cilantro, because I love cilantro. And I think this is ready to eat. Bon appetit! And just like that, another day comes to an end. We've got some crazy looking clouds today here in New Mexico. What are the chances that we would park right next to another flex? We've actually been seeing a lot more of them in the wild. Alright, on the road again. This Raton KOA, it was basic, but exactly what we needed, one night with electricity, and everything is muddy, we had a pretty bad hailstorm last night, but nothing got damaged. And we've been driving to the west up until today, but I feel like perhaps today is when the adventure really begins, because today we start driving north and we're gonna be hugging the Rockies, the Rockies, not the Rockies, the Rockies until Canada, so. First stop is gonna be Great Sand Dunes National Park. We're approaching Raton Pass, 7,834 feet of elevation, and the Colorado state line.
Welcome to Colorado.
Oh, thank you. As soon as you drive across the state line, it starts to look like Colorado. It's quite a sight, actually. Truly amazing, getting our first look at this mountain range. The amazing, diverse, and unique natural beauty of this state is almost beyond comparison. And I have a feeling we ain't seen nothing yet. The Sangre de Cristo Mountains, an almost ever-present sight. Let's take a break and refuel. Quick bathroom break here with a view. We're getting close. We're almost there. I can see the sand dunes. Oh no, would you take a look at that line? That's it, I'm making a U-turn. Well, this was the first epic fail of the whole trip, and yeah, the line to get in there, it's long and there's no parking. We're gonna see if we can get something to eat here at the Oasis. Pretty cool ancient stove here, and the view is spectacular. We had some IPAs and a wrap. Pretty basic. The hummingbird was actually the highlight of it all. And now we're going to continue towards Colorado Springs. Unfortunately, this is as close as we're going to get to the Great Sand Dunes. There were signs about limited parking and wait times, and you know, all the oversized spots are gonna be taken by passenger vehicles. So we'll be back one of these days. We should really spend at least a month in Colorado. The San Luis Valley here, much flatter than expected, but surrounded by distant snow-capped mountain ranges. Yeah, we decided to take the quote-unquote scenic route. There's a place here on the right where they have alligators in Colorado. That's gonna be pretty unique. There's also something here called the UFO Watchtower that I wanted to visit, but we just drove past the entrance. And I don't feel like looking for a place to make a U-turn, so we're just gonna continue. I think we've got ourselves a dust devil. Ooh, we almost intersected it. We're approaching Poncha Springs, very close to Salida, where we spent one snowy night at the Walmart parking lot on September 2020. Filling up with a view. What a place. Here we are going to take US 24 east towards Colorado Springs. I believe that would be Mount Princeton, one of 53 Fortiners in Colorado. This one, the summit is at 14,197 feet above sea level. Let's continue. Whoops, I missed my exit. I was supposed to turn here. I guess this would be the same, right? Is that Pikes Peak I see? That one has been a dream of mine for a while. It is a majestic mountain, so prominent, rising above 14,000 feet, there, all by itself. Manitou Springs seems to be a lovely town. We're approaching our destination for today, Valley of the Gods RV Resort in Colorado Springs. Here we get a glimpse at the Garden of the Gods as we descend into town. Someone's having a hard time parking the camper. Walter, a viewer from Colorado Springs, recommended a great spot from where to see the Garden of the Gods in the afternoon, and that is Red Rock Canyon Open Space, which is a city park. So let's head that way. It is pretty surreal, the ever-present sight of Pikes Peak as you drive through town.
Right, let's go on a little hike.
It's back there. They have like a mountain bike trail back there. Pretty cool. And there it is, Garden of the Gods. It is actually smaller than I expected. We're going up there tomorrow. Nice neighborhood here. Let's check out Garden of the Gods real quick, although at this time of the day, parking is going to be nearly impossible. I think what we're going to do is wake up early tomorrow and do a short hike. Or two. Right now, I just want to drive around it, get a lay of the land. It is a stunning place. We'll definitely come back tomorrow morning so that we can beat the crowds. Did I mention it happens to be Memorial Day weekend? We're going into town. We're meeting up with viewer Walter, who recommended we go to Red Rock Canyon, and we're gonna meet at Bristol Brewing Company. They're supposed to have really good barbecue, besides the beers. The brewery is located at the former location of Ivy Wild Elementary School, which has been converted into this entertainment complex. Very cool, actually. Good beer, good barbecue, and good company. So we woke up early, and the first thing we're gonna do is go by Garden of the Gods, which, by the way, is a free attraction, owned and maintained by the city of Colorado Springs. The light is just perfect this morning. And there's Pikes Peak, above everything else. Which, by the way, we're going there next. Hey, check it out! Wildlife! Let's park here at the main parking lot. Well, what do you know? Early bird gets to park at the Garden of the Gods, and it's a beautiful morning here in Colorado. 7 a.m. There's a rock formation called the Kissing Camels, and I think that's it. Let's go for a stroll on this very accessible trail. Lots of birds flying around. Went back and got the jacket because it is a little bit of a chilly morning here at the Garden of the Gods. Okay, so we are here and we're doing the Central Garden Trail, which is like a loop that goes around. So let's continue. Here's the official plaque commemorating when Garden of the Gods became a public park. And here we have the kissing camels from the other side. Yeah, never forget to look back. Sometimes the best views are just behind you. And so far, very easy trail. You know, not too, the grades are not very steep. It's paved, so I would dare to say it's ADA compliant. And we're getting perfect weather here this morning. Not a cloud in the sky. It's probably high 50s. Beautiful. Well, this was a very satisfying hike. We've done about 1.1 miles, and let me tell you, it's totally worth it. Now let's continue. Let's see some of the other. There's a short trail to a hike that we want to do, so we're gonna do that next. Here we are. This is the next trailhead. Well, second trail today. We're gonna see if we can do the Siamese Twins trail. There's supposed to be a view of Pikes Peak at the end, you know. It's a loop. It's a 1 mile loop.
Always Pikes Peak, always in the distance. Look at that, never forget to look back.
I think this is it. There's supposed to be a great view of Pikes Peak, framed by the two rock formations. Yep, this is it. Picture perfect. Some very nice little houses on the hillside here.
That's the parking lot down there.
Let's continue. There's another vista point we want to see. Actually, recommended by viewer Walter from Colorado Springs. But first, let's check out the balanced rock. It is already getting crowded in here. Alright, let's check out Mesa Overlook. It is just a pullout with a parking lot next to a residential neighborhood. These houses, they must have a great view. I think this is it. Would you take a look at that?
Oh yeah, I can see why Walter would recommend this place. I can see what the fuss is all about. Look at that. What a spectacular view of the Garden of the Gods and Pikes Peak behind it. This is, yeah. Hello, Pelican Heads. I hope you're doing well on this Memorial Day. We are here at Colorado Springs. This is called the Mesa Vista Point. And yeah, this is a commanding view of the Garden of the Gods and the Pikes Peak back there. And that's where we're going next.
In order to drive to the summit of Pikes Peak, nowadays you have to reserve a timed entry permit, which is $2, and then pay an extra $15 per person. Pretty straightforward, but it means you have to plan to arrive at a certain time. They do give you a 2-hour window, so not bad. And in this case, it makes sense. Parking is very limited at the summit. The base of the mountain is about a 10 to 15 minute drive from where we were, so we're really close. Here we are.
It's a gorgeous day. Are you familiar with how to use low gear? Okay, you will need first gear to come down. Drive is fine going up, but first gear coming down. Have fun. All right.
They do make sure you understand your vehicle's transmission and know how to put it on first gear for the return downhill trip. Because if you ride your brakes on such a long, steep downhill grade, they can overheat, and you don't want to lose your brakes descending from Pikes Peak. Brake fade could be fatal here. This is going to be our first stop on the way up, Crystal Reservoir. There's a visitor center, a gift shop, and maybe they have something to eat. And here they have a map. We still have a long way to go.
Well, this is the first stop going up. This is, I believe, the Crystal Reservoir. And that's the visitor center. We're gonna take a bathroom break and maybe get something to eat, and we continue. Hello there, Mr. Bigfoot. Right.
Let's see if they have something to eat.
It's gonna be lunch with a view. We don't have to go to Alaska anymore. We're gonna experience Alaska climate at 11,500 feet. Cool. This was a nice break. Now we continue. We have to make it all the way up there.
It is starting to get steeper and steeper. Let's stop and take some pictures. We can already see the snow-capped peaks of the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains. One of those is supposed to be Mount Evans. And we were just down there at the Crystal Reservoir.
Well, normally when they put the binoculars, that's where the better views are. From up here, look at that.
Here's the historic Glen Cove Inn, and there will be a brake checkpoint on the way down. Let's make another quick stop here because the views are becoming truly spectacular. Getting higher and higher, almost above the tree line. We're almost there. What a ride this has been. And I'm sure it will be even more exciting on the way down. By the way, I'm starting to feel the effects of the high altitude. I'm a little lightheaded, a little bit of a headache, a little short of breath. It is not necessarily comfortable being this high.
Marker 16.
Oh gosh, the high elevation is making me lose my voice.
That's the Continental Divide right there.
I don't know if this is exactly the Continental Divide, but it is definitely the front range of the Colorado Rockies. Up and up we go. Yeah, I feel compelled to stop at anything that remotely resembles a vista point. And we have reached the summit. Now let's find parking. It turns out there's still plenty of parking, but it is still early.
We're on top of the world. Well, we've made it to the summit, Pikes Peak, over 4,000 feet of elevation. A little bit of short of breathness here, a little bit of altitude sickness, but you know, we're from sea level, so it takes a little bit to get used to, but amazing 360 views.
Such amazing views of the Front Range. It would be nice to be able to read the orientation map, but it is partially covered.
Well, this here seems to be the cog railway. I believe it is the tallest cog railway in the world, or at least in America. And now let's see the views towards Colorado Springs down there. It's getting cloudier by the minute, so and there's a lot of snow. Look at all the snow everywhere. On that side, of course, that's the Continental Divide. One of those high peaks is Mount Evans, I believe, that one over there. And over here, we can see Colorado Springs. And here we're looking east, so we could probably see all the way to Kansas, actually. That seems to be Garden of the Gods down there. And then, as we zoom out, well, Colorado Springs. And looking to the west, yeah, those are the Great Plains. It's getting cloudier, but amazing views from up here. Amazing views.
We're getting a little bit of snow here, all of a sudden. Here's the original Summit House, constructed in 1873.
Yeah, this is how high the snow is packed here at Pikes Peak. It's a lot of snow. Okay, let's go all the way around.
Apparently, this was the view that inspired Catherine Lee Bates to write America the Beautiful. And the cog railway has arrived. This one dates back to 1891, although it was almost completely rebuilt between 2017 and 2021. It is still the tallest cog railway in the world.
Well, they had to dig it out because everything is full of snow. But here we are. This would be the actual summit to Pikes Peak. And there is no view, but we're still gonna take a selfie, because that's what you do. So here we are. It's official. We've made it to the summit of Pikes Peak. 14,115 feet. 4,300 meters above sea level. And this was definitely bucket list.
And he keeps plowing away. He's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for him. Yeah, this is where we parked. And let me show you. Behind all this snow, you have the beautiful views of the Rockies. Well, now we have nowhere to go but down, but hey, mission accomplished.
Down we go. Let's stop here real quick.
Alright, let's go on a little hike to the top of this hill here. Hopefully it's not too slippery, but I did bring my hiking boots. Even though it is snowy, it is not very slippery. Just have to be careful where you step. It was never my intention. Well, it kind of was my intention to go all the way to the top, but I think this is as far as I'm gonna go. I wanted to get this 360 or 180 view of the Rockies.
Sliding down this slope seems to be a thing, so here I go.
Let's see if this works. That was 100% awesome. Totally worth it.
Traffic jam on America's mountain. One more look. One more time. That's, again, Garden of the Gods and Colorado Springs. Here they have a checkpoint where they check the temperature of your brakes, just in case you've been misbehaving and riding them on the way down.
Yeah, 104 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty good.
We've successfully made it back down. And now arriving in North Pole. Soon we'll be going to the real North Pole in Alaska. And we're back by Manitou Springs. We're almost home.
Atmospheric pressure. It's totally a thing. That's how much less air there is up there. Now, did you know we can kind of see Pikes Peak from our campsite? Check it out.
Now let's celebrate our accomplishment with some good bar food and an IPA. Oh, they have some kind of festival going on here. It must be great to live at a place like this, surrounded by mountains, and so many activities to do in the area. I know, we barely scratched the surface here. And we'll be back, but right now, Alaska awaits.
Here we are, Colorado Mountain Brewery.
We even got a little bit of a mountain view. They have another location where the views are supposed to be better, but it is kind of far from where we are. We got their delicious Panther IPA, egg rolls, queso, and that's it for Colorado Springs.
Here we are. Old Colorado City.
Continue on West Pikes Peak Avenue for 3/4 of a mile.
We haven't gone this way yet. Anyway, change of plans. We're gonna keep driving to the west a little more because it is such a perfect weather day that I want to take that iconic drive on I-70 crossing the Rockies, probably all the way to Glenwood Springs, as long as the weather cooperates and holds up. So, and then we're gonna take some of the back roads north, and eventually in 2 days we'll be in Gardiner, Montana. So here we go. Well, here you go. Wildlife at 3 o'clock. Nice neighborhood, by the way. with a nice view of Pikes Peak. First thing we're gonna do, we're gonna take I-25 north, go around Denver, and then I-70 west, and eventually north towards Wyoming. Saying goodbye to Pikes Peak one last time as we go north on I-25. There it is, the Front Range of the Rockies. What a beautiful sight. You can barely see it, but that's the Denver skyline in the distance. And that over there is the Red Rocks Amphitheater. It is supposed to be an amazing concert venue, both for the unique setting and the perfect acoustics. Someday, perhaps. This is it. Here we are on I-70 West, as will be for the next 170 miles. And these mountain views here are the reason why we take I-70 West. Here on the right, the Casino Parkway to Central City, which we did back in 2014. As now we immerse ourselves deeper into the Rockies. Idaho Springs here coming up, the gateway to Mount Evans, the highest paved road in North America, just a tad higher than Pikes Peak. We also did that back in 2014. We keep getting higher and higher. Pretty soon we'll reach the Continental Divide. At over 9,000 feet of elevation, we reach Silver Plume, which used to be a silver mining camp. We are getting close to the top. And we've reached the top. Well, almost. We're about to enter the Eisenhower Tunnel, which goes under the Continental Divide. It is the highest and longest tunnel, and the highest point for that matter in the entire interstate highway system. When it opened in 1973, it was actually the highest in the world. When we exit the west portal, we'll be at 11,158 feet above sea level. That's 3,401 meters. We have emerged on the other side. Now we have nowhere to go but down. Now arriving in Silverthorne. Pretty soon, we're going to take our first break of this leg of the trip, at what is perhaps one of the most beautiful rest areas in the whole country. This, on the left, is the Dillon Reservoir, And coming up is that rest area I was telling you about. One of the most scenic ones I've ever seen.
Well, we were really hungry, so I ate the bacon already, but I think this certainly qualifies as breakfast with a view. Oh yeah, that was a good breakfast. And this is one of those places, you know, just a rest area here, a scenic area here on the side of the road. Probably the most scenic rest area, one of the most scenic rest areas in the whole country. Right here off I-70. It's, as I've said before, this is one of the most beautiful drives in the United States that is not like a designated scenic byway. You know, this is just plain old I-70 going through Colorado. And now it's gonna get even better, well, not better, different when we get to Glenwood Canyon. And this was a change of plan, as I said, I think. No camping here. I was gonna go straight north, east of Denver, but we're having such a great weather day that I think it was worth it, this detour. And now right west of Glenwood Springs, that's when we're gonna take the northerly route.
Really? He's gonna take a picture now? Okay. Let's stop by Walmart real quick. Wow, take a look at this place. This is one busy Walmart. I give up. There's no way. Let's go somewhere else.
Well, the reason why we are at this Walmart is because we're not even a third of the way to Alaska and I already cracked the windshield here. So, I mean, a rock out of nowhere. But I figure, you know, go to a Walmart, big parking lot. But this is like the busiest Walmart with the smallest parking lot I've seen in a long time.
Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Driving to the west, into the sunset, driving to the west. Getting into Utah, Colorado, high above sea level is my motto. Into the thin air, I might see a bear. Nothing like the west doesn't compare. Driving through the west in my RV is where I wanna be.
The scenery is starting to change, ever so gradually. It's starting to look a little bit like Utah.
Driving to the west. 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 Driving through the west. Driving to the west. Driving to the west. Driving to the west.
This section of I-70 from Denver into Utah is considered an engineering marvel, and we're getting to one of the best parts, Glenwood Canyon, the last segment of the interstate system to be completed back in 1992. So, fun fact, I-70 has two claims to fame, being the first interstate through Missouri and Kansas, and the last one, right here. The body of water to our left is none other than the Colorado River. And you see my dilemma here? This place is gorgeous. What do I edit out? You all want to see the whole 15 miles uncut? Well, sure, why not? Let's do it. This is the whole reason we took this detour, so that we could drive through here. Talk to you on the other side. This now, what you're hearing, is actually the original music I composed after driving Glenwood Canyon for the first time back in 2014. Coming out of the canyon, we arrive in a lovely college town called Glenwood Springs. Let's fill up, because where we're going, it's gonna be pretty remote. Part of me wants to continue towards Utah, but we have to focus on our final destination, which happens to be to the north. And to the west too, but not necessarily this west. We actually want to cross into Canada at the Glacier National Park in a couple of days. And here's where we turn off the interstate and take the road less traveled north towards Wyoming. Here we go, we're taking State Route 13, Lucky 13. Now, we've never been to this area before. Beautiful landscape as we traverse this valley going north.
Welcome to Wyoming.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's the sign somewhere out there.
Yes, we are now in Wyoming, arriving at a town called Baggs, population 411. It is raining a little bit, which makes me nervous about our boondocking spot for tonight. According to freecampsites.net, the road is in good condition, but you never know. Here, 15 miles north of the state line, we're going to turn left onto Robbers Gulch Road. There's no camping on the first half mile or so, but the rest is supposed to be all BLM. The road seems to be really good, and it is a beautiful landscape. Here we are, on high ground, which is important, and it seems like someone has camped here before, so yes, I think this is it.
I think this is where we're gonna call it. This is called Rubber Gulch Road, I believe, here in Wyoming. This is supposed to be a BLM land. Feels remote. I mean, we're right next to the road, but we haven't seen anybody go through this road in the half an hour or so we've been here. So it should be a fairly easy turnaround tomorrow morning. We have mountains over there. The nature is pretty. We're like about 3 miles in from the main road. And I'm gonna cook us some dinner, and tomorrow at the crack of dawn we hit the road.
Not very level, are we? And the plan is to make some grouper a la butter, but the grouper is still frozen, so plan B. We've got some beef kielbasa. Let's chop an onion. Let's chop a green pepper, which is half frozen. RV refrigerators tend to do that. Whatever you put in the back freezes. Butter, onions, camp mix seasoning, green peppers, more seasoning, and smoked paprika. I almost forgot, garlic. A little bit of cooking wine and we'll let it evaporate. Finally, let's add some broccoli.
Definitely not what we had planned to cook today, and it's not necessarily the most gourmet meal, but it's gonna be good. Cheers.
This seems to be like an old natural gas field. So lucky that we found a place like this to spend the night.
Good morning.
What a great way to start the day, with wild horses.
Well, this was a very cool off-the-radar boondocking spot here. We just, parked right on the side of the road. There were reports that there were like fire rings, and I haven't seen any of those. Maybe we'll see them now on the way back. But this was very cool, very super quiet. Just one semi-truck that went through this morning back and forth, and we saw wild horses, which was actually really cool. Now we continue north in Wyoming here. We continue north, here on Wyoming State Route 789. These all seem to be natural gas fields, and after all we've seen, I gotta say, not the most feature-rich landscape. Here we get on Interstate 80 for a few miles. Once again crossing the Continental Divide, going back east. Let's fill up, because you never know where the next gas station is going to be, and continue north on US 287. Once again, we cross west of the Continental Divide, which is something I have a feeling we'll be doing a few more times during this part of the trip, as the plan is to follow the Rockies all the way to Canada and beyond. Some of these formations look like red ocean waves frozen in time.
Once again, we see the snow-capped peaks of the Rocky Mountains. At Sweetwater Station, we turn north onto State Route 135 towards Riverton. Once again, a total change of landscape. Wow, that almost looks like the Badlands. Eventually, we arrive at Riverton, at the Wind River Reservation. I see an auto parts store, so let's see if I can finally buy that windshield repair kit. The tiny crack hasn't gotten any bigger, but you never know. Alright, I was able to get a windshield repair kit, so as soon as we get to the campground, or maybe tomorrow, we'll do the repair. The crack hasn't, it's just a chip. It hasn't really grown any over the past 2 days, so I think we're gonna be fine. Yeah, I doubt we're gonna use it until we get a bigger crack. Let's break for lunch, and we've got horses. Now we are arriving in Shoshone. Let's fill up the tank because after this, we're going to the Wind River Canyon, which seems pretty remote. Oh, here we've got something I had never seen before. It's like a slot machine. That's pretty cool. Modern. Only in Wyoming. This body of water, the Boysen Reservoir, and there seems to be camping. The Brannan Campground at Boysen State Park. If we ever return to this area, I would love to camp here. We're about to enter the Wind River Canyon, and this was one of those things not necessarily part of the plan, one of those scenic drives you stumble upon going from point A to point B, as long as you stay away from the interstate. Let's see all this from a higher perspective. so beautiful out here. I just love the American West, and this canyon epitomizes that. I see some menacing clouds. It looks like we may be in for a change of weather once we exit the canyon. The sight of Round Top Mountain is a clear indication we're arriving in Thermopolis. As the name would indicate, Greek for hot city, the town is famous for its many natural hot springs. And those clouds keep getting darker and darker. Here we're going to take State Route 120 towards Cody. Thermopolis here, pretty good looking town. That's kind of the direction where Grand Teton should be, but that doesn't really look like it, so maybe not. Now descending onto Mititsi, and someone recommended we visit a chocolate shop here, Mititsi Chocolatier. Well, someone recommended we visit Mititsi Chocolatier here in Mititsi, Wyoming. He's got all kinds of good-looking Belgian-style chocolates. Not the friendliest guy in there, but hopefully the chocolate is good. I have high hopes. Let's give it the taste test. Supposedly he makes them every day, fresh, so... Okay, here's the deal. If you're driving through State Route 120 on your way to Cody, or from Cody, and you have a sweet tooth, yeah, sure, why not? But it's really not worth going out of your way for chocolate. And that guy has an attitude. It's supposed to be fresh, no preservatives, made the same day you eat it, so... Alright, we've got 46 more minutes to Buffalo Bill State Park. It's been a long day. Don't get me wrong, the chocolate was good. Great texture, but it was a little too sweet for my taste.
Riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah, I'm riding, I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV. Yeah.
Well, the sun's coming out, and would you take a look at this place? I mean, I'm kind of bummed out. We're only here for one night, but one night, you know, it's one of those places. Now we know it's here, and we can return at some point. We may or may not go into Cody tonight. I mean, we kind of want to enjoy, you know, this lakefront view here at Buffalo Bill State Park. It's been a long day driving, but some of the most beautiful landscapes along the way. And you know, everywhere you look, I mean, look at the view towards this side. I mean, it's a great campground. There's water and electric, and there's a dump station, and there's trash over there, which I need to dump some trash. All right. If we decide to go into Cody, you'll be the first to know.
Of course, you know we are going to Cody, right? But not before enjoying this idyllic place for a little bit.
Well, we came back to Cody. Sorry, I forgot to press record on the rooftop GoPro. That happens sometimes. We're gonna check out this Irma hotel here. It's supposed to be very historic.
Cody is a very touristy town and very important when it comes to Western history. There are several museums, none of which we're going to visit today. Instead, we're going to the famous prime rib buffet at the Irma Hotel. The hotel was founded by Buffalo Bill himself back in 1902, named after his youngest daughter, Irma. Here's the famous Cherrywood Bar, a gift from Queen Victoria. Decent buffet, great pasta soup. And the prime rib was not bad. All the walls are decorated with dead animal heads. And here's the famous bar once again. Let's walk around the hotel a little bit. Oh, this is the governor's room. Lots of pictures and memorabilia from the Wild West.
Well, the hotel was pretty impressive. The buffet was pretty good. Service, as expected at a touristy place, but let's see now. Let's take a picture with good old Cody here, Mr. Buffalo Bill. Hey there, Cody. How you doing, man? Good stuff. We're going to Yellowstone. But first, let's see if we can get into a car wash because both Minitini and Starship are filthy. Otherwise, this would have been a great place to film a new intro with that mountain in front of us, but we'll do it some other time. There will be plenty of mountains ahead of us on this trip, if all goes well. So,
To take the next left.
enjoy the ride.
Today we're staying in Gardiner, Montana. First, we're gonna go north on State Route 120, then we're going to take the Chief Joseph Scenic Byway until eventually we join US 212, entering Yellowstone through the northeast entrance, crossing Lamar Valley. The Beartooth Highway would have been another option, but I already did that in 2019, and it is a little bit of a detour. The quicker route would have been US 14 entering Yellowstone through the east, but I'd rather do Lamar Valley today, since it is unlikely we'll be heading back east. Here we make a left onto Chief Joseph Scenic Byway. Let's break for lunch.
Oh, what a great spot for lunch.
We're gonna make some grouper that came all the way from Florida with us. We're gonna melt some butter, and nope, we're not exactly level here. I've got this New Orleans Cajun seasoning from Weber that is really good. Everything tastes better with butter anyway. Some camp mix for good measure. Look at that. Blackened grouper, baby. Once again, it is going to be lunch with a view.
This is delicious.
we've got bad weather coming. And so I came up with this idea. Let's see what it looks like inside the trailer while we're on the road. And I don't know if this was a good idea, because sometimes you don't really want to know what's going on back there, now do you? And we've reached the pass.
Ooh, it's getting a little chilly up here. Well, this is the Dead Indian Hill Summit. Altitude 8,000 feet, no wonder. Look at that. Look at those ominous clouds back there. That looks scary. Luckily, I don't think the wind is blowing this way. So, anyway, this is a phenomenal view. Let me give you a panoramic view. There's some low-hanging clouds on those peaks back there. And now we have nowhere to go but down. But that is something to that is a sight to behold, actually.
There it is, the road ahead.
All right, let's keep going, and hopefully that weather won't catch up with us, which it might.
Here's the bridge over Sunlight Creek. Such great scenery around here. I don't remember whether I put the latch on the refrigerator door, and with all these curves, who knows what could happen. Scenic area. Let's stop.
We came to make sure we had put the latch on the refrigerator, and the refrigerator is fine, but yep, this happened. Hopefully we can get it fixed. I think so. I think I can fix it when we get to Gardiner. Let's continue. The views are beautiful. Look at that.
Here's our first look at the very pointy Pilot Peak. Here we join US 212 towards Cook City, along with Silver Gate, the gateway to Yellowstone National Park. I didn't see a sign or a crease on the pavement, but apparently we are now in Montana. This is the very touristy Cook City. Perhaps one of these days we'll leave the RV behind and experience a town like this. Then again, maybe not. Oh no, I almost went in through the low clearance gate. Our first wildlife sighting, a deer. All right, quick potty break.
This would be Soda Butte Creek. Beautiful.
This is one of the areas that suffered from the historic flood on June 2022. We are approaching Lamar Valley, which is actually one of the best areas to see wildlife, particularly bison. But it is rainy and they are all kind of far away. Here we go, more bison, lots of them. Ooh, is that a coyote I see? Here we have a bighorn sheep, I believe. Oh, there's two of them. Lots of construction going on here. I mean, they had to pretty much rebuild all these roads after the Great Flood. Here, at Tower Junction, we're going to take the Grand Loop Road, west towards Mammoth Spring. Here we have a wildlife jam. Apparently, there's a bear out there, or something. Many times they are hidden in plain sight. Here we have another traffic jam, this one due to construction, and our first view of Mammoth Spring, which we're actually going to visit the day after tomorrow. We're going to be staying at Sun Outdoors in Gardiner for a few days so that we can come back to the park without the trailer. The road going to Gardiner got completely washed out in the floods of 2022, so we're going to take what they are calling the temporary entrance. I believe it is the old emergency road that they just paved it. And it is actually not bad, but very windy and with some rather steep grades. Here we are, Gardiner, Montana. There's the Roosevelt Arch and the very touristy town, gateway to the north entrance to Yellowstone. And we'll explore it in a little more detail later. Right now, I just want to check into the campground and relax. It's been a long day of driving. That, down there, by the way, the roaring Yellowstone River. Let me take care of our broken drawer, reinforce it with some glue, and put back the screws. I'm actually gonna use a different hole than the original. At least this side is not gonna fall off anymore. We're making ropa vieja, but with a variation. I'm going to use bone broth. Here we've got some flank steak that we're just gonna boil for a couple of hours. Now for the sofrito, we'll start with some avocado oil. And as you can see, I already shredded the beef and chopped the onions and the peppers. A little bit of salt. More salt and pepper. And garlic. Vino Seco Golden Cooking Wine. No sugar-added tomato sauce, and the trifecta: oregano, cumin, smoked paprika, and a little bit of cayenne pepper. That would be 4, right? Manzanilla olives, and let's add the beef with that reduced bone broth. Let's mix it all up real good. And this is not part of the recipe, but we're gonna add some broccoli. Some are a little too big, so let's cut them up, and that looks delicious. I think we've neglected our map for way too long, so let's take care of that, since Montana is our last American state before we cross into Canada. Taking advantage that it is a rainy day to do some projects here. And I bought this, it's supposed to be like a child-proof catch for the drawer, but it should prevent it from opening all the way up again. We'll see, time will tell. Here you go, once you close the drawer, it catches there, and then it will only open up to here. So what do? You insert your finger or fork or anything you have there, and it releases. Not a perfect solution, but at least we won't lose the drawer. This particular saloon has a great view of the Yellowstone River, and they have Parks IPA. That's a lot of water under that bridge. The food is okay, but you really come here for the beer and the view. Alright, let's go back. Tomorrow we're going to Yellowstone.
Well, good morning. Everything is wet. And today the weather seems to be even worse than yesterday. It's just that rain, that sprinkle that doesn't stop. But, we're here. We're gonna go into Yellowstone and enjoy as much as possible. I was looking at the map, and apparently south of these mountains, it's a little better. You'll find out as soon as we do.
Sometimes the weather cooperates, sometimes it doesn't. So we're gonna make the best of it.
Well, here we are. Mammoth Hot Springs. Let's check it out. There we go. We're gonna do this one first.
This is one of those places that doesn't really look like Earth. Some of it almost looks man-made, like a modern art sculpture of some kind. Some people call it an inside-out cave. It even has stalactites of sorts. Here we have some wildlife. An elk. There's usually a lot more of them, but I'll take it. Maybe the rain is keeping them away. Let's go to the upper levels. And our friendly elk is still there.
One of the advantages of having crummy weather is that there's hardly anybody here.
This one is called Minerva Terrace. All these formations created by the spring water heated by the volcano underground. Scientists, however, don't really know exactly where the heat comes from since we are technically outside the caldera.
No bummer.
I guess this is as far as we can go. Let's go this way a little more. Such a strange, otherworldly, dare I say, lunar landscape here. There's historic Fort Yellowstone and the town of Mammoth, Wyoming. This is it for Mammoth Spring. The main road system in Yellowstone kind of looks like a number 8, and we're going to go south on the west side, which is US 89, or Grand Loop Road. Here's access to the upper terrace of the spring, but the road is closed, so we're gonna continue. Check out that waterfall. I believe that's Glen Creek. And it is raining again. Yellowstone, by the way, is a huge park, and many times there's a long drive between attractions. Here we are at the Roaring Mountain, with all these steam vents called fumaroles. It isn't really making any noise, so not really roaring, as the name would suggest. And here's our first look at Norris Geyser Basin. Where are we going next? It is one of the hottest and most acidic, according to what I read. Apparently, when steamboat goes, the acidic water comes all the way here. Must be a sight to see. So we are here. Oh, let's explore Norris Geyser Basin. There are two areas, Porcelain Basin and Back Basin. Let's do Porcelain first. It could be erupting down there. Whoa, that's a lot of geothermal activity. Wow. We have a tiny little geyser. That's a roaring geyser.
That one is roaring.
Ledge geyser, I believe. The hot spring down there, which is basically the same as a fumarole, except that it is not hot enough for the water to boil.
The pressure cooker is hot.
Here's another hot spring. It is actually quite surreal to be here. Video doesn't really do it justice.
Well, I don't know if it is still raining or it's mist from that geyser over there, but Emerald Spring.
We are now on the other side of the basin.
I'm kind of sad that it is not a sunny day, but because on a sunny day, I'm sure those colors would stand out a lot more. But it is what it is. You can't control the weather.
Let's go see Steamboat Geyser.
They said a quarter mile, but it feels a little longer than that. That must be it.
Here we have a bunch of people camped out in the rain, waiting for the slim chance that Steamboat might erupt sometime. Which is, I'm sorry to say, unlikely. This one is not as predictable as Old Faithful. But when it does erupt, it is the tallest geyser in the world. Water shoots up 300 feet high, and it is supposed to be an unforgettable experience. It doesn't happen very often though, less than once a month. We wait, and wait, mesmerized, hoping for the odd chance that Steamboat may decide to erupt.
But the last time it erupted was May 7th, almost a month ago. What are the chances, right? Probably very slim. But we'll wait another minute, just in case.
Of course, that major eruption never happened. Just a few little ones like this. Let's go see one of the geysers you're almost guaranteed to see erupt. Old Faithful. I believe there might be wildlife here.
It's called Gibbon Meadows. No, another spring.
Here we have a small spring and a fumarole. At this point, most of the parking lots are like madhouses, so we're not gonna be able to see everything. Well, let me rephrase. All parking lots except for one. Here we have more wildlife, I see. We've got bison. There are bison everywhere. Here we're going to take Firehole Canyon Road, which is a scenic road, one way, and we're supposed to be able to see some waterfalls. Parking along this road is going to be complicated. Let's see if we can get a nice view of the falls.
Firehole Falls.
I just noticed a long line of cars behind me, so let's continue. And we're back on the main road. There's a line of cars going into Grand Prismatic, so I don't think that's gonna happen today. And that's the main issue with most national parks. Parking. Parking seems to be insufficient at most attractions, except where we're going next. It is a Disney World-sized parking lot, as they all should be.
Well, we made it to Old Faithful. Now let's go find the visitor center for the Geyser predictions, and then we're gonna go to the lodge. Well, there it is. Good Old Faithful. Well, apparently it's gonna be over an hour until the next eruption, so let's stop by the visitor center real quick.
It is very nice actually, and they have screens with geyser predictions.
Okay, Old Faithful is gonna erupt at 2:19, plus or minus 10 minutes, and then Grand Geyser, it's going to be at 2:30, but that one's plus or minus 60 minutes. So if we get lucky, we might be able to see both. But right now, we're hungry. We're hungrier than lucky, so let's go find something to eat. All the geysers right there.
What better place to eat than the famous Old Faithful Inn, designed by 29-year-old Robert Reamer and built in the winter of 1903 to 1904. Its iconic design served as inspiration for Disney's Wilderness Lodge. The food's good, but the service very slow. In fact, we're almost going to miss the eruption.
Well, we decided to have the buffet, and for $21 actually was a very good buffet. Good quality food. Service, slow and inefficient. And of course we had an IPA, and Illy had some wine at the bar next door. We might come back to the terrace, we'll see. But now, we're going to see Old Faithful.
We're a little late, so there's a large crowd waiting.
Teasing us. And that's probably the best spot, right up there. It's about to go off.
Let us know.
We decided to move away from the crowd. I mean, the view from here is almost the same. And take a look at that crowd.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, false alarm. Oh, no, there we go.
Yep. Warm up. Yeah, nice.
Yep.
You are so faithful.
Let's explore the Upper Geyser Basin. There is a network of boardwalks from where you can see all kinds of geothermal activity. Check out that hot spring. And Castle Geyser looks like it wants to do something, but that's all it's doing, teasing us. It looks like Grand Geyser went off while we were at Old Faithful, because there's hardly anybody there now. But there's plenty happening around, so we won't be disappointed. Of course, we have 2 bison chilling on the prairie, because that's what they do. Grand Geyser seems to be doing something, but I'm sure that's not the full eruption. Hello? What a unique place this is. Tell you what, I'm just gonna let the images speak for themselves. Here we have a lone bison in front of the Old Faithful Inn. What a classic vista. I believe we're about to experience yet another Old Faithful eruption, this time from the back. It is a totally different experience, as there are only a few of us gathered at this vantage point.
Next time we're going all the way up there.
It's gone, and so are we. We're going to go back to Gardiner, and tomorrow we'll continue exploring Yellowstone, including some of the stuff we couldn't do today because of the crowds. We're gonna try to come early and beat the hordes of tourists. Now we get sunshine and blue skies. Well, hopefully we'll get some tomorrow too. Well, that didn't last. Here's the pullout for the waterfall. We'll check it out tomorrow. This is actually one of the prettiest parts of the drive.
morning. It is a brand new day. It is cloudy, but at least it is not raining, so we're going back to Yellowstone and see what we missed. It's 7 a.m., so hopefully we'll beat the crowds.
Contrary to popular belief, as of summer 2023, there is no reservation or timed entry requirement for Yellowstone. But it is always a good practice to get here early, because as you saw yesterday, the crowds can be pretty big. Tempted. Very tempted to stop at Mammoth Spring once again since we have slightly better weather today, but I think we should concentrate on the stuff we haven't seen yet. There's that waterfall again. We'll try to stop on the way back. Wildlife. We've got geese, Canada geese. I think I see some wildlife. I think I see some more wildlife. It's an elk. Here we have another lone bison, pacing back and forth, and our friendly elk grazing on the prairie. Gibbon Falls. This one is one of the places that we couldn't see yesterday because of the crowds. Well, there's hardly anyone here this early.
Well, here we are, about an hour in, and our first stop today is going to be Gibbon Falls here. Yesterday we couldn't stop, this parking lot was completely full. But yeah, early bird gets to see more things. The beginning of the fall.
And that would be the Gibbon River down there. That's a roaring waterfall.
Alright, checked this one off. Beautiful waterfall there. And do you see what I'm seeing behind me? Blue skies. I think the weather is improving.
In some parts of the park, it feels like every body of water will have some steam emanating from it. Well, check out all this bison here. There's bison everywhere. Here we are, Midway Geyser Basin, home to Grand Prismatic Spring.
Well, here we are. Let's check out Grand Prismatic.
This is perhaps the most beautiful spring here, although there is a lot of steam today, maybe because the weather is a little cold. This, aside from Old Faithful, is perhaps one of the most popular attractions here in Yellowstone.
It is very misty today, more than I remembered. Hopefully we'll get to see something.
This one on the left, can't really see it, but it is the Excelsior Geyser Crater, a dormant geyser which became a hot spring. It is supposed to have this super bright blue color, but with all this steam, it is not really visible. There, you can kind of see it. I am a little bummed out that we can't experience it in all its glory, but we'll take it. Now onto Grand Prismatic, which is also, I'm sorry to say, engulfed in the fog. Grand Prismatic is the largest hot spring in the United States and the third largest in the world. The colors are supposed to match those of the rainbow, although today, as I said, we can't really see the entire gamut. The contrast between the orange and the blue is supposed to be quite striking when there isn't so much mist coming out of the spring. There, you can kind of see it. And even if the conditions aren't optimal, it is still an incredible place. Are those bison tracks? I think they are. I was thinking of doing the Fairy Falls Trail, which has a great Grand Prismatic overlook on that hill, actually. But I'm thinking today it might not be worth it, since most of the spring is obscured by all the steam coming out of it. This would be the Turquoise Pool.
Well, that was Grand Prismatic. Of course, today is kind of a little too misty, maybe because it is a little chilly still in the morning. So we didn't get the full effect, we didn't get to see that deep blue turquoise water. There was so much mist. So, I was gonna do that hike to the overlook. I'm probably not gonna do it. Let's continue towards the lake. On the other hand, it's a beautiful day. It's sunny here. Look at that. On and off, but much better than yesterday for sure. Let's go to the lake.
By the way, we are now rounding the bottom of that figure eight that is the main road in Yellowstone. Up until now, we've only explored the west side of the park. Now we're going to the east. Next point of interest is West Thumb, but first let's stop by the visitor center. Here we have some great views of the West Thumb of Yellowstone Lake. This is the largest high elevation lake in North America, above 7,000 feet, and it freezes over completely every winter.
That's nice.
West Thumb Geyser Basin also has all these boardwalks from where you can see all the hot springs and take a stroll along the lakeshore. You least expected wildlife. Here we have an elk. I don't think I've ever seen one so close. The different colors, by the way, are determined by the bacteria and algae at different temperatures. Pretty cool.
Yeah, very leisurely walk here in front of Yellowstone Lake.
All right, let's go back up. Let's drive around the lake a little bit. Not all the way, but we'll go to at least Fishing Bridge, which is where they have like a full hookups RV park and all that. And maybe as far as Lake Butte, from where you can actually see the Tetons on a clear day. Let's see if we can have lunch at the Lake Lodge.
Right, let's check out the Lake Lodge.
Well, the Lake Lodge is closed, so change of plans. We're only gonna go as far as Fishing Bridge, and then we'll have lunch at the Canyon Village. Well, this is Fishing Bridge. This is where the Yellowstone River meets Yellowstone Lake. And this is one of the villages in the park with the most services. There is a huge RV park. Here, the road follows more or less the course of the Yellowstone River, all the way to the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. And here we are, arriving at the Canyon Village. Here's the lodge, but there seems to be no food here. In fact, the only place open at this time is the Fountain and Grill.
But it's Billy the Bison. Well, we ended up eating at the Fountain and Grill. It's a sort of fountain place, burgers, regular fare. And now we're gonna explore the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone, and we have some coffee to help us throughout the rest of the day. This is the last thing we're gonna do here.
There are 2 other restaurants here, but they don't open until 5 p.m. First, we're going to Artist Point. One of the most, if not the most, iconic canyon overlook here.
And we are here. Yes.
Get out of town.
We have Upper Falls, Lower Falls. This is the one that has that trail with all the switchbacks. So we're gonna do this first, and then we might do this, and then we're going to the North Rim.
Here we are, the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. And here we get our first glimpse at the waterfalls. This is that iconic view of Lower Falls, erroneously believed to be the point from where painter Thomas Moran sketched his famous 1872 depiction of the falls. It was later determined that he did it from the North Rim, but by then they had already named this place Artist Point, so I guess the name stuck.
This is a spot where you get that perfect view of the waterfalls and the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. Let me show you the view of the Grand Canyon to the other side. After seeing this, I think we can live Yellowstone National Park. But we might do a couple of more, vista points around here.
Let's go see Upper Falls.
Now that we saw arguably the best vista point in the whole Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone, let's go see some of the other vista points here, the ones that we didn't see in 2019. By the way, if you haven't watched that video, check it out. There'll be a link somewhere. And it looks like there is a line to get the best view there at the viewpoint. A bunch of people. But I believe this is the upper falls view. The ones that we just saw were the lower falls. And this, I believe, was closed when I came in 2019. So let's check it out.
Let's see if we can get all the way down there to the brink of the falls.
This is another vantage point from where you can see the waterfall, and the only reason there's no one here is because it is wet. Luckily, I brought my waterproof shoes. Let's see if there's another view of the falls from somewhere around here. Now let's go to the brink of the falls, which is that other viewpoint we saw way down there, right next to the waterfalls. And then that's it. We're going back to the campground. And this is it. This is our final viewpoint, the brink of the upper falls. Well, there's no one here, so the view is probably not the best, but let's check it out. And I think this will be a fitting end to our time here at Yellowstone National Park.
And it is raining again. This is that waterfall we keep seeing on the way into the park, so let's stop. Ooh, there's another vista point down there. We're back in Gardiner. Let's stop by the Roosevelt Arch.
Well, I just ran into Joe of Joe Ferry Chevrolet, you know, where we got the Starship, the Silverado. But I wanted to show you something here in Gardiner, and this is the Roosevelt Arch. And most people take the picture from this side, but it is much better from the other side, and I'll show you why. It has a very cool message written on it. And that is up there. You know, I believe it was Teddy Roosevelt who said it. For the benefit and enjoyment of the people. And that's the main purpose of the National Park Service. It's for our benefit and enjoyment. Created by an act of Congress March 1st, 1872. And this Yellowstone National Park, of course, was the first of the national parks.
Here's one final look at the town of Gardiner, Montana, and the roaring Yellowstone River from the vantage point of the RV park.
Good morning. Look who came to greet us at the campground. I have a huge elk. Look at that. He's bidding us farewell, I'm sure. I don't think these people need to invest in a landscaping service. This guy's taking care of that. Or this gal, actually. And now that we're leaving, look at the weather we're getting here. Well, between work and our friendly elk, time time really got away from us this morning. I was gonna take a scenic route recommended by our friend Mikey from Billings, but we're not gonna have time for that. We're driving straight to Helena, which is gonna be a very scenic ride in its own ride. Oh man, what's wrong with me this morning?
Sunny weather makes everything look better, doesn't it? As far as touristy towns go, Gardiner is one of the better ones. It's got pretty much everything you might need to enhance your enjoyment of the area. One of these days, I'll get on one of those whitewater rafting experiences, even if it is a little out of my comfort zone. The drive up to Helena, which is more or less the halfway point between here and St. Mary, should be a very scenic one. The gas station in town is tight and busy, so we're gonna fill up here. We're going to be staying at the Helena North KOA Journey, and tomorrow we continue.
Well, it is such a beautiful morning here in Helena, Montana. I kind of wish we were staying longer and explore. We love Helena, it's a beautiful city. But today, was just one quick overnight in between Yellowstone and Glacier. And tonight is the place where we're going today, St. Mary, is going to be our last destination in the United States. In 2 days, if all goes well, we're crossing into Canada. Well, on the road again. Destination, St. Mary's. St. Mary. It's just one Mary, not Mary's, singular. And then we're going to... Yep.
It is a little bit smoky here. As we ride in early June, there are some pretty bad wildfires up in Canada, and it is definitely affecting the northern states, and it may affect our future travels, as we intend to explore the Canadian Rockies in a few days. Isn't this like the most beautiful landscape?
Oh, would you take a look at this place? This is one of the best campsites. And I'm sure we're gonna get to see a beautiful sunset over those mountains. For now, let's go get something to eat.
This place called Two Sisters is highly rated, but we're still early in the season, and they don't actually open until Thursday. So our only choice is a pizzeria, very close to the campground. It is called the Rising Sun, which is also highly rated, so we have high hopes. Since, as I mentioned, it is early in the season, and they are kind of understaffed, they only have takeout or outdoor service.
Cheers. We came to the Rising Sun Pizza. Well, yeah, we ate the whole thing. Thank you.
Let's get into the park, see how far the Going to the Sun road is open. Although, tomorrow we're coming back, and I'm sure the morning light is going to be much better. This, by the way, is the section of the road that was closed back in 2020, so this is all new to me. After Rising Sun here will be more familiar territory, especially if you watched my 2020 video. Let's stop real quick.
Well, here we are. This is our first stop here at Glacier National Park on the eastern side. And this is that iconic view with Wild Goose Island. Not an IPA, just Goose Island, Wild Goose Island. And I believe this is where they filmed the opening shots, the opening scene of that movie, The Shining. You know, it's the car going through, the Going to the Sun road here. Alright, we're gonna continue. Only the first few miles of the road are open, but should be enough for now.
The higher elevation portion of the Going to the Sun road doesn't usually open until late June, and we're filming this on June 6. Let's continue driving this iconic road as far as we can go today. This is such a magnificent drive. Unfortunately, this is as far as we can go.
Well, Jackson Glacier there is the only one visible from the main road, and I'm kind of bummed out that this is as far as we're allowed to go. The road is closed right there, but then again, it is a unique opportunity to get, you know, the Going to the Sun road without virtually any traffic, and the views everywhere. All right, fantastic. All right, let's go back.
one quick stop to admire the view. Oh, wait a minute. I think I see a waterfall. And there's no one behind us, so there it is. Wow, that is beautiful. Here we are at Sun Point. This is one of the most iconic views here at Glacier, so let's go for a little hike.
Three Falls Trailhead, Sun Point Viewpoint.
Yeah, Three Falls is an awesome trail, but it is over 3 miles and it is late in the day. Besides, I did that back in 2020. We didn't bring any bear spray today. We weren't actually planning on doing any hiking, but it is a pretty well-trafficked trail and will make plenty of noise. The sign said 0.1 miles, but it feels much longer somehow. Here we go. This is the view.
Well, yeah, it was a short hike, longer than 0.1 miles for sure. But here's another iconic view here of Glacier National Park. And if you recall, hold on, I'm photobombing here some people. If you recall, this was my thumbnail for my 2020 video that I did here. Now let's go back.
We'll definitely come back tomorrow. The light is going to be so much better. Alright, let's get back.
Just another walk in the woods. What can I say?
Let's continue. Here's Wild Goose Island from a different vantage point. Next, we're going to an area called Minnie Glacier, which was also closed when I came back in 2020. For that, we have to get out of the park and drive 9 miles up to Bab, and then take a gravel road into the park. This is where the pavement ends. Lake Sherburne here on our left. We're not gonna do much in this area today, just getting the lay of the land, and we're coming back tomorrow. We may even go for a short hike. This is the National Park entrance, but there's no one here at this time of the day. I mean, it is pretty late. It's almost 8 p.m., but the days are long this time of the year. Black bear on the right. Let's turn around so we can see it.
Hello there.
Well, this is a great first wildlife sighting here at the Glacier National Park. One of many, I hope. Now it is crossing to our side of the road. Well, goodbye, bear. Let's turn back around and explore the rest. Let's check out the lodge. This is called the Many Glacier Hotel, and it seems very nice. The views, I'm sure, are spectacular. Let's stop here for the view. We're definitely coming back tomorrow, in the morning. Well, tomorrow we'll continue exploring. Well, it doesn't really get much better than this. Well, good morning. It's gonna be like Groundhog Day, but with different lighting. As you can see, the morning sun is giving everything a different hue. St. Mary Lake looks like glass this morning. And with the sun behind us, everything looks so much better as we take the Going to the Sun road once again. Let's stop here real quick and read the interpretive sign. 3 major watersheds are fed from right there. And that would be the Triple Divide Peak. All the way there. Let's make a stop at the Wild Goose Island overlook once again. I decided to come back today because now it is morning and we're getting the sun right, the perfect lighting conditions, and it's such a perfect weather day here at Glacier National Park. Yeah, that's the iconic view for sure. All right, let's continue. Here's another amazing view of the lake, Wild Goose Island back there, and just the reflections, the
the water. I should be careful because there's a big drop back there, but look at those reflections. There's a geodetic marker.
Next stop, we're gonna do Sun Point once again.
Okay, this one is accurate. 0.3 miles to Sun Point. This is just gonna be like a loop trail, I guess. So, yeah, let's do it. Taking a different route today. Which, by the way, today we came better prepared. I got the bear spray, the hiking boots, and it's a beautiful morning for a hike. Wow, look at that. And there's no one else here. Well, yeah, this is that other iconic view here in Glacier National Park. Especially since we can't go to the other side. But if you recall, this was the thumbnail for my 2020 video. A little clearer today. I mean, it's one of those, blue skies, zero clouds day. And so fortunate to be able to see it like this, and that's why I decided to come back in the morning, because at this time the light is so much better, especially looking that way. But again, we're getting beautiful 360 degrees views to every single angle. This is amazing. One more thing I just realized. Today, we have this place all to ourselves. There's nobody else here. When does that happen at Glacier National Park?
This was wonderful. Now let's head back to the trailhead and to the end of the road, because we still have many glaciers to explore. This is the St. Mary Falls trailhead, and from here, on the left, in the distance, we're going to be able to see Virginia Falls. Okay, here's a better vantage point, a more frontal view. And this is the end of the road. It is really a lot shorter than I had imagined. But at least, this early in the season, we don't need to make a reservation to drive on it. As I mentioned, we're still here in early June. Alright, let's go to Minnie Glacier. Here we are at Swift Current Lake Trailhead. It seems to be a popular one. And it is our lucky day.
I guess Floridians stick together. Okay, here we go. Swift Current Lake Trail. 2.6 miles along the shore of Swift Current Lake. Let's check it out. I hear water. Maybe that's why they call it the Swift Current Lake.
Well, this happens to be the aptly named Swift Current Creek. So beautiful out here.
So now it becomes a real trail. Let me make sure we're on the right track. Yes, we are. We're about to hit the lake.
Just another walk in the woods. And here we are, Swift Current Lake. Now let's take this short spur to the edge of the water. Look how transparent it is. This trail is getting better and better, especially since we're about to walk all the way around the lake.
Well, half a mile in, so far it's been a very rewarding hike now that we're hiking right next to the lake.
The trail goes inland from time to time, but not too far from the lake. Now we can see the lodge, the Many Glacier Hotel, on the other side. Oh no, look who's coming! A huge moose! Just walking on the trail. This is a little too close for comfort. In fact, I've never seen one so close. Well, there she goes, on her merry way.
What a big one. It's not a whitetail, that's a big mule deer or something.
Would it be it wouldn't be an elk, right? It's too small to be an elk.
Yeah, it's probably a deer. What do I know? We're really luckying out today when it comes to wildlife.
The moose was just thirsty.
Yep, there's our friendly moose going for a drink on the lake. And by the way, the bear we saw yesterday was very close to here, so yeah, there's wildlife everywhere. Goodbye, moose.
We're 0.9 miles from the hotel. And as you saw, we got some excitement today. We saw a deer, large deer, and the moose. Interesting plants. I hear water. There's a stream coming up ahead.
And this stream is apparently coming from Stump Lake, and Lake Josephine a little farther upstream. Water so clear. We're approaching this cottage, which I don't know what it is. Maybe a private residence? This is just so stunningly beautiful. I am so glad we decided to do this short hike. Apparently, they offer boat tours from June 14th to September 11th, which, as I mentioned, we're here on June 7th, so just a week too early for that. Yep, it is a private residence indeed. And let me tell you, I wouldn't mind. Maybe not year-round, but right now, it is just stunning.
We still got snow on the trail.
And the fabulous views continue, and patches of dirty snow. And we've made it to the hotel. Maybe we can take a break from the trail. What can I say? Rooms with a view. It is the same mountains, but they look slightly different from every angle.
Yeah, we're gonna get a beer or something, patronize the business, because we went to the bathroom in there. But all the IPAs were like in 6-packs, so. We have a race relief map. What a place, huh? And whoever has these rooms up here, or those rooms over there, they have a great view. I have to figure out how much this place is. Looks expensive.
I looked online and they start at around $300, but the one you want is $650 a night for a shared balcony with this view. And Starlink, maybe.
Yeah, this view alone might be worth the hike, let me tell you. And the moose.
And here we've got Swift Current Falls. Very creative with the naming around here. I bet they thought Swift Current would be a good name for everything and easy to remember.
So far, it's been a very easy trail as far as elevation gain, and let me tell you, if you wanna, just for the views, for the eye candy that this trail provides, it's gonna take you a little over an hour if you stop to take pictures, like of the lodge and all that, and totally worth it. It's like 2.5 miles or something like that, and we're almost at the point where the trail goes inland, and that's a trailhead. And we're back at the trailhead. We did a total of 1 hour and a half, 1 hour 30, 2.78 miles, 49 feet of elevation gain. think we have a bear. It is probably the same one we saw yesterday. So we decided to have our last supper in the United States at the Cattle Baron Supper Club in Babb at the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. We begin with a nice frosty IPA, delicious bread, and the salad, and the good steak. As we're leaving, it is starting to fill up. Today we're crossing the border into Canada in order to continue the journey towards Alaska. But that will be a whole other movie, so make sure to check it out. We'll visit Calgary, the Canadian Rockies, and eventually the Alaska Highway. As always, thank you so much for watching, and see you on the road.
Riding in my